This is microphone 1. This is the test for microphone 1. This is the second test for microphone 1. Thank you.
worth it. I'm on a mission to test out every single 3D filament ever made, and we have made it This video is sponsored by DiamondBack and also promotes like a dozen companies. Trust me, it's worth it. I'm on a mission to test out every single 3D filament ever made, and we have made it to the cutting edge. I've already shown almost every filament you can buy. Today, we will feature the ones you can't. From shape memory polymer to jacketed fiber core nylon to biocompatible human bone, these next-gen polymers let you 3D print the otherwise impossible. This one blocks radio waves going in and out. This wireless power circuit is fully printed. We got filaments to block X-rays, gamma rays, and neutron radiation. It's been over a year since the last installment, and here's why. I'm not even supposed to know some of these filaments exist. Some are exclusively B2B, others are made to order, and even though you could buy the rest, you would need an expense account to pay for them. Ladies, gentlemen, and cyborgs, snug your ties, shine your shoes, and latch your briefcases, because you're about to see like $10,000 of filament made by companies for companies. My name is Zach Friedman of Voidstar Lab Incorporated, and these are my business filaments. Quick disclaimer before we dive in. In order to get my hands on some of these filaments and the equipment
Today we are in one of the world's largest industrial diamond manufacturing facilities, US Synthetic, and we have special permission to see how this machine behind me manufactures genuine Mohs 10 level polycrystalline black diamonds. You might be thinking that diamonds are those shiny rocks you
We don't even have to hold the mics. Oh, I don't know. We can take the mics and hold them. Okay, testing. There we go. Yep. So first off, excuse the voice. It's about going for the event. My name is Joel. I'm the community manager for Polymaker, and this here is.
I am Pete, product manager over the Polymaker family of materials.
So today we're just going to do more of a talk of what we're involved with community-wise and what this guy is working on behind the scenes to give you guys more amazing filament and colors, characteristics, material. But for the community side of things, just want to talk about something not many people know. Some do, some don't. Online, we don't make it a huge push on our website of kind of the initiatives that we're involved in. With Polymaker, as a community manager, they enable me to throw filament pretty much at a number of initiatives. Of course, we have our projects with content creators, cool builds, cool prints. But one of our biggest initiatives we do is with sponsorships of robotics, maker labs, school labs, to help push further STEM and STEAM projects and get early adopters, or early ages into 3D printing that will often develop into engineering degrees, amazing jobs, amazing creations that come from as early as 12-year-olds. Recently, I was able to go to Open Sauce over in California this year and meet a ton of young kids that are building robots with maybe some mentorship, some on their own, of robots that do tasks, robots that maybe just do fun things. There's some battle bots, of course, but doing amazing things. And that's what at Polymaker we really love to do. The filament enables the building of, the customization, the prototyping, and to date, just this year alone, I should say, is we've actually sponsored over 300 plus robotics teams globally. A lot of those in the U.S., but everywhere. I mean, there's countries I have sent filament to and talked to teams from that I never knew existed. It's been a long time. I've been in high school, those countries, but looking it up, and now they exist. We'll send them some filament. And again, it's amazing because it gets them started in that, it gets that thinking going, and it gives it a fun way to do it. For anybody that's never done modeling, when somebody, whether it be a kid or adult, I've talked to many that do from every age range, is when you create something digitally, it's one thing to see it on the screen. It's cool, it's awesome, I made this, but it's another thing when they can print that out, they can hold it in their hand and say, I made this. Like I said, when we're doing these initiatives and these sponsorships, that's what we love to see. It's not about selling more filament, it's about getting those kids into that forward thinking and just seeing the amazing things they do and just being a part of it. Like I said, the Roblox sponsorship is one thing. We sponsor race teams, UAV teams, submarine teams. things that you don't realize there's a lot of 3D printing in. Like I said, not just the prototyping. With the race teams, there's a lot of molds they do. So of course their end product is either fiberglass, carbon fiber, but our materials go in for casting, they go in for silicone molds, they go in for carbon fiber molds. So there's just a lot of stuff that we do. And like I said, I just more wanted to present that to you guys of what we do. And if you guys have children of your own, grandchildren of your own, just anybody that is in a school that maybe just started getting into 3D printing. There's still a lot of schools that haven't even adopted 3D printing. If they are getting into that, I encourage them to reach out. You can go to support@polymaker.com. Whether they have a maker lab that are doing awesome things. Again, schools, robotics teams, there's a couple already here out on the floor that I've talked with that we surprisingly haven't sponsored because we do a lot. I encourage you to have them reach out. We do have a robotics request form on our website. They can go and fill that out. The guy who has very simple guidelines. We don't make them jump through hoops to get filament. As long as we know it's going towards a good cause of learning, building, or to help their team go to world champions. It's just a lot of awesome things. Like I said, I just want to kind of let you guys know that we do that if you didn't know, and encourage if you have any connection, have them reach out. Well, no matter what it is, when we tell them reach out, the worst case you're going to get is, hey, no, that doesn't match what we're doing. But we do so many things even above that. I could spend an hour talking about the things that I've sponsored in just a year. But if you have something awesome, cool, you're helping educate people, getting them into the 3D printing field, we love to help that. And the filament can encourage. We have so many different filaments, which you'll talk more about. On our catalog, I think we're over 500 SKUs of different materials and colors. So again, I just encourage you, and if you have any questions after this, feel free to pull me to the side. And like I said, I'll get you any information. Love to help out anybody that you may be involved with or any initiative that you're involved with that could use that support. So that's all I have to talk about. I'm going to hand it over before I lose my voice to Pete. He's just going to let you know more of our future plans for Polymaker.
Cool. So again, I'm Pete. I'm the product manager over the Polymaker family. I'm sure y'all are very well aware of our super non-confusing branding with the Panchroma, Fiberon, and Polymaker. I promise you, we are making it less confusing. Like you all know that we have the Polyflex, Polylite, Polymax, Poly this, Poly that. We're working on clearing that out and getting everything a lot less confusing, going to the traditional Polymaker, PLA, PETG, etc. So you're definitely going to be a lot less confusing in the near future. So I hope you can appreciate that, because it is a ton of work for me to rework this whole situation.
And I think that's real quick, not to interrupt you. I think that's some people don't realize, is number one, with having such a large catalog and being a global company, is a rename isn't just a rename. It's one thing to just say, okay, hey, we'll change the website, it'll say this. For this guy, I'm not involved so much. We're best friends, so I get the kind of even more insight in the position. But just the amount of steps that are involved in something as simple, because it's not just a name change on the website, it's now a name change of the labeling, it's on the packaging, it's a whole project. And you never really appreciate it until you know what goes into it. So like he said, it is going to be a lot less confusing.
It's a process.
But it's just a few steps.
But also with that, we have to make it make sense. So we can't just rebrand every single thing that we have immediately, because the stuff that we are currently working on, like for instance, if you have a 10-year-old formula, obviously you want to make it compatible with newer machines. So if we have plans to make a new formula for something, it only makes sense to rename it Polymaker and get rid of the Polylite, etc. Whenever we launch the new formula, because we don't want you to wind up with the same exact packaging with two different formulas and you don't know which one is which. So we have to rebrand as we launch the new materials, which this year was our most launches of existence. So, and we still have a handful of more launches this year. Myself, I'm going to be launching one more new material next month, so you can be looking out for that. It's going to be really exciting for me. I was never a big PETG fan, but we started playing around with some new stuff, and it actually got me printing PETG now, so it's going to be really exciting. So you can look out for that next month. And then Matt, other product manager. So we have two product managers on the Polymaker family, and it's me and Matt. He's downstairs. But yeah, we have some cool stuff coming out this year. But next year's lineup is pretty insane. Probably going to have multiple launches every single month. Just reworking the whole entire line of filament. So obviously you got machines. The base standard is 400 to 500 millimeters a second now at this point. So we're trying to future-proof all of our materials, rework everything. It's a lot of work, but yeah, more launches this year, a ton of launches next year. As a lot of you know, we're starting more stuff in North America. We have manufacturing in Houston, Texas now, which is taking care of all of our wholesale materials. Sometimes whenever you order on Amazon, if it's more efficient for us to get you the filament from Houston, then you'll get made in USA filament. It just depends on the logistics situation, but it's
And the packaging represents that.
Yeah,
You'll know because it'll say made in America.
yeah,
on
it'll
the
say
spool and the box.
say if you get a made in USA spool. But yeah, we're trying to make everything streamlined, efficient. That way you feel more comfortable ordering straight from our website versus Amazon. Everybody knows Amazon loves to take a pretty big penny out of the stuff, so trying to make it more efficient all around for everyone.
And they love to kick boxes, drop them from 10 stories. You know, everybody's
So
received those damaged
everybody
spools.
knows that we have the lowest prices on the market. Slight sarcasm there. So, well, we do pride ourselves on the quality and consistency. So normally if you ask somebody, what is Polymaker known for? It's the quality and consistency, especially of the color consistency. You can buy the same color a year later, and you're pretty much not going to be able to tell the difference, even if you cut your model right in half with the two different batches. We do pride ourselves on the consistency and the quality standards that we
And
have.
I think one thing on top of that, just probably as equal, is not an official title, but I'd say industry-leading support, at least in the 3D printing industry, is our support by far is the easiest to work with. You're always getting typically, if anybody knows 3D Print General or Sean, he's down helping us at the booth. A lot of times he's answering a majority of your tickets that come through. He is doing that daily. He does have somebody else, Yuja, that helps. But our support, if anybody's ever used it, we don't have you jump through hoops. If you got a problem with it and we determine it's not a printer problem, we'll troubleshoot it with you. If it is a spool problem or it has a probability that it's a spool problem, we're gonna get you a replacement. It is simple, it is easy. It's not, hey, we need pictures, dates, we need a 10-paragraph summary of what you did and how it did it. Just contact support, they'll reach back to you. One thing that some people get confused with is we do have AI in our support. A lot of times the very first interaction is gonna be AI. Usually it's gonna say that. You're gonna know it's an AI. It's more of just asking base questions, so that way when Sean goes to answer that ticket, those questions are already answered. He doesn't have to do 5 back and forths with you. It's just, hey, okay, you answered this, thank you. Hey, where'd you order it from? Whatever, the simple stuff. But yeah, that's like I said, is the quality consistency is great, but there are problems. Nobody's perfect. Not every spool of thousands upon thousands of spools are going to be perfect. There are going to be issues. We minimize that as much as we can in everything we do in our 23-step quality control process. I think is what it is for the PLA at least. But there's a lot of checks in there. So like I said, if you ever have a problem, it's as simple as support@polymaker.com. That's really kind of our universal email address. Whether you have questions, concerns, service issues, reach out. That goes, if it's a sponsorship and it detects that, it goes to me automatically anyway. But yeah, like I said, that's the quality consistency is great. The support is just as great. And as Pete said too, is we're still not done this year. There's only a few months left of the year. But we have 50 plus, at least 50 more SKUs material coming out. So some of that is new colors, new material, maybe some gradients. A lot of people like that multicolor stuff. So like he said, stay tuned. We have the next one's going to be next month. Well, next month in a day.
My next one is going to be next month. We have some kind of something launching every 1 to 2 weeks, whether it's a new product or a lot of you may have seen, we recently got into Costco online sales. And so a lot of things are looking towards like big box stores, Best Buy, Costco, we're in those now online. We're looking, the more that we can get sales online, then we're obviously trying to push in store, but we're not guaranteed for that yet. So we're still working on it. So that's why we're trying to heavily push those, what you'll see the coupons come out, buy from Best Buy, buy from Costco, and we'll give you a voucher to buy more from us later on. We're trying to get more pushed through the big box stores so that they trust us to push more in the future. That way we can actually, you can run down to Best Buy or Costco or whatever in the future, and they'll trust us to put our branding on the shelf. That way you can just run down to the store, grab whatever you want, and off you go.
If you're like me, I'm an impulse buyer. If I can spend even a few more bucks, and I don't know the pricing, I'm not saying ours is a few more bucks, but in general, you know, I go on Amazon, find a price of something I'm at the store on, I'll pay $5-10 more to get it today, because you know, and that's the objective. Is a lot of people when they want something, or especially on the part of people doing retail or manufacturing or prototyping for other people, they don't have. Even though Amazon sometimes is a day to some people, 2 days to other people, sometimes you need it today. You know, you run out, you don't realize you run out, you need it. So, like I said, hopefully before long, you'll actually be able to just walk into the store, pull it off the shelf, and buy it. And ideally, that'll be Polymaker filament that you see.
So the Costco launch, I'm not sure if you've seen the email, but it's actually the Polylite PLA Pro, which is the Polymaker PLA Pro, but it's a black, white, red, and blue PLA Pro, and it's for $80. And if you know what our PLA Pro sells for on Amazon and on our website, it's $25 per kg. So the Costco bundle is essentially buy 3, get 1 free. So that's another really good deal on their end. But that actually, that was about a 6-month project for me as well. That was fun trying to, big box stores do stuff a lot different than e-commerce. There's a lot more restrictions, a lot more, even like the sticker on the box has to be a certain shape, a certain amount of information, etc. It's a lot of work, but we're trying to make everything more efficient and more convenient for the end user, obviously. So that way it's a lot more accessible to everyone.
Yeah, I think that kind of wraps up what we want to talk about. Did you want to do some product questions with the crowd? Or?
If y'all have any questions, also, I have, I don't know if y'all have seen the HTPLA launch, but I actually teased that at a few events before we launched it. And y'all heard me mention earlier about some new stuff coming out this year, next month. I may or may not have a few prints on our table of that material already. And then there's also another one that we aren't even actively working on. So our R&D department is huge. It's so cool to see them. We have like 20 doctors in China, like with PhDs working on this stuff. And they tell me, what do you need? Well, they ask me what I need. I have to make a presentation. How are the end users going to use this material? And then we fine tune it from there. Well, we have a material down there right now. It's a little wheel, a little squishy wheel. We haven't even started. This is just our R&D department messing around, playing around. And I said, I want some of that because it's a real bouncy, cool rebound material. We're not even actively working on it yet. It was just a side quest for our R&D department. And I said, I want that. So now I'm going to get them to start developing new colors, etc. So we have some teasers down there on the booth.
And with the product side of things is we're very involved with the community. I know every company is going to say, we listen to what you want. You know, we truly do. Every input, whether it be an email, a message on our Discord, a message on our Facebook, that gets put, you know, as his team's not always involved in all the socials. So between myself, Sean, a few other team members, we're taking those questions. If we don't have an answer for you, we're putting that in a team chat. They're responding to it, whether they take it as an input for a new product, ideas. Of course, I always tell people, you know, we can't grant every wish. Idea, that would be great. But as he said, if you guys have any questions, whether it be a color you haven't seen on our catalog, a material or a characteristic that you might want to see in a specific filament, let us know. Like I said, whether now as questions in the audience or afterwards as we're leaving or in our booth, we are always taking that input. Like I said, we listen to what the community does. A lot of our colors have come from community suggestions. Naming conventions, some of our filament has come from community members as just part of what we call our awesome squad that you can become part of in our Discord. And that gives you kind of a behind the scenes look at what we're working on. Our awesome squad members are just those that are active in our Discord. You know, the more that you talk in our Discord, it gives you levels. But as you become more involved, you get up to level 15 and unlocks awesome squad. And every Wednesday, Pete, along with some of our other product managers, are giving, I don't even say a presentation, but a kind of an open stage talk, taking questions, but presenting things we're working on, getting input, like, hey, here's some test samples that we printed. What do you guys think of the color? Do you think it needs to be darker? Should it have more shine? what should we call it? I mean, and again, until I became part of Polymaker, I never realized how much they really do listen of, like I said, whether it be the naming or, hey, we should try to tweak this a little bit. So encourage you, whether it be through socials, through email, or if you are on our Discord and you haven't reached that level 15, reach level 15. Sometimes this guy will send you sample filament that nobody in the world else receives, that might not be final production. It might be a one-off that you'll get that, hey, here, test it, print it, give us feedback. There's never any obligation. There's never a contract that we make you sign. So it's a fun thing that anybody can be involved with, and just a cool aspect of a behind the scenes of kind of what's going on. And if you're someone who suffers from FOMO, fear of missing out, like myself, I want to know everything. I want to know it as soon as it happens. Be that first person to know. This will allow you that access, and just kind of that access that a lot of companies don't allow you to have without signing strict NDAs and lawsuits involved and all that. So it's a fun way that we give back to the community to help you be involved in what we do, because the community makes up so much of it. And like I said, you make an impact on what we do. You help the brand in so many ways, whether intentional or not. So we do appreciate that. And like I said, I don't know if does anybody have any questions right now, whether questions or feedback?
So quickly, while he's walking over there, if y'all aren't aware, we have 3 product families: Panchroma, Fiberon, and Polymaker. Just to make it a quick and easy example of what they are, Panchroma is our pretty PLA line of filament, all the different pretty shiny aesthetics. Polymaker is all the base material type filament, PLA, PETG, TPU, etc. And then Fiberon is the more industrial, like engineering style fiber filled, with exception of PETG ESD. That's basically the only non-fiber filled material under the Fiberon.
The one that slipped through.
You can think of Fiberon, the engineering style, the work hard stuff. The Polymaker branding is all the base materials. Panchroma, all the pretty stuff.
The palette, yeah. Well, go ahead with your question.
Yeah, so my question actually follows up on that. I'm an engineer, and I kind of need those engineering filaments, but I'm seeing a lot of, at events like this, you see a lot of that Panchroma, really fancy stuff. Do you think that in the future we'll see more of that engineering filaments become more available, or is it kind of just as it comes?
Having a hard time hearing you.
I think, were you asking you want to see more Fiberon or engineering material at the events, or just availability of?
In general, I think is the question. Yeah, he wants more monochroma availability through some of the engineering filaments, like the Fiberon. Is that ever something?
Yeah, so the Fiberon, as we said, we got a lot of SKUs, a new product coming out. Fiberon is no exception. Troy is our product manager there, so we don't know the in-depth of things, what's coming out, but they are doing the same. They're looking a lot of times, especially with engineering, is where's the demand? What don't we cover? And then maybe we cover something with a base material, but we need a different variation. That's why you'll see a lot of times we have the glass filled, the carbon fiber, different variations, the ESD. There's a lot of new formulas that we're working on, some that are revamps of old formulas that we don't have available anymore. But yeah, you're gonna see a lot more. Something that we've started, I don't wanna say dabbling in, we have released is ASA carbon fiber. Carbon fiber typically is your black. That's actually one of the very first Fiberon material where it's going to be a color other than black and gray. So we have, it's a dark red, navy blue, desert tan, I think desert sand, I think is what they call it. Light gray, dark gray, kind of the base. And we actually have those on the Fiberon table. They're in our scientists. So if you walked by our booth already, you probably didn't see them. We actually this morning were like, hey, we don't have any of the new ASA shown. It blends in with all of our scientist displays. So we moved those over there, take a look at the surface finish of how clean those print. But yeah, overall to answer, there's much more Fiberon coming of different materials, enhanced versions of other the materials we carry. So yeah, and the same there too is if you have any feedback, if there's something that you're looking for yourself of this is what I have, don't hesitate to reach out. Because a lot of times, like I said, I'm not super technical. So when you're asking me, the heat deflection temperature, the bending modulus, all that stuff, we do have some good tools that we're updating on our website to see that stuff. But if you're like, hey, this is my use case, it's going to be underwater, it's going to have some chemical resistance needed, ask away, and socials even. If I see a question I can't answer, again, our internal company is amazing at how we're connected. I can take that, I can copy and paste that question, put it into Fiberon product chat, and the product manager within 24 hours is responding, hey, this is going to be your best option. So like I said, anytime you have something specific, don't hesitate to reach out. And is there any other questions right now or any feedback? Good, bad, ugly? We can take criticism harsh. I might cry on stage. It's only happened once, but and like I said, don't hesitate if you think of something and you have a question, whether it be a material related question or color related, stop by our booth, take a look at what we do have. Feel free to ask questions. One last thing before we go is stopping by our booth, we do have 2 games. It's free to play. You can win filament at each game. Also, a big thing that we sponsored all this year is, if you guys have seen maker chips, little poker chips sitting around, that is something, so K2 Kevin is kind of pushed from the beginning, and you'll have a maker chip table in one of the far corners in the bottom. And it's kind of, I don't want to say a business card. It can be a business card. You can put a QR code on the back, but it's more of a kind of a collectible. A lot of companies are doing them with their logos. Some are changing it up for each event. But that is also another thing is, if you go around and you see, I know there's a lot of people that don't have any more left from yesterday, but if you collect enough, you can go to the maker chip table. I think it's 50. You have to stop at the maker chip table to get the exact rules. If you collect enough unique ones from the event and show them, he'll actually get your name and email address recorded, and that'll also win you a free spool of filament. So there are many ways to always win filament. So if you've never tried Polymaker, definitely attempt. The games are easy. You can play as much as you want. You can only win once, but if you lose, come back, play again, try again until you win, and we'll get some free filament in your hands. So thank you guys very much for your time. And again, stop by our booth, have some fun, and have any questions, let us know. Thank you.
Are we ready to begin? So no. Also, is this volume projection into the voice good? Thank you. For my first song, I will perform
Whatever.
all right. A little late. Okay, welcome to our panel. I don't know what we called it. 3D printing for good. The next one will be 3D printing for evil. All right, so hi everyone, thanks for coming. I am Melissa from Cookiecad, and this is
Nathan.
And we would like to talk a little bit about Cookiecad Cares. And I'm going to read from this so I don't have to mess up. Hi, everyone. We're thrilled to be back at 3DPrintopia, an event that always been close to our hearts. I need to make this larger. An event that's always been close to our hearts at Cookiecad, and an incredible way to connect with the 3D printing community. But this year is especially meaningful because we're proud to announce the launch of a new initiative we care deeply about, Cookiecad Cares. Cookiecad Cares is our new social impact platform created to bring together nonprofits and organizations in 3D printing, STEM, and the maker world that are working to make the community more inclusive and accessible. This year, we've committed to donating 500 spools to our Cookiecad Cares partners, with plans to significantly grow that number in 2026. You can learn more at our website, cares.cookiecad.com. We're honored to be launching Cookiecad Cares alongside 3 extraordinary organizations: Make Good, the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation, and the Controller Project. And we're so glad to have them represented on this panel today. We're also joined by the amazing Joel Telling and David Tobin from the 3D Printing Nerd, who have not only been incredible friends to Cookiecad, but have also been champions of accessibility and inclusivity in their own important work. At Cookiecad, we've always believed that 3D printing has the powers to transform lives, to empower creators of every age and background, and to solve real-world challenges. Today, we're excited to hear from our panelists about the inspiring ways they're making that vision into a reality. To start, I'd like each of you to share who you are, what your organization does, and the unique ways you're helping more people discover and engage with 3D printing. Start with you.
I'm Philip Dunham. I'm with Make Good. We're a nonprofit based in New Orleans. We make adaptive devices for anyone with a disability that wants to reach out to us. Some of what we do is sort of standard, off-the-shelf, printed, but we also do completely custom things. If somebody comes to us with a disability and something they want to do that they can't figure out, or that they think 3D printing may help, we will take a stab at it and see what problems we can solve. Yeah, it's makegood.design, and our Instagram is makegoodnola.
I'm Caleb Kraft with the Controller Project. If you want to learn more, controllerproject.com. We use publicly available files and volunteers around the world to print pieces to help gamers with disabilities be able to play video games.
Hey, I'm Joel, host of 3D Printing Nerd, and while I yell at a camera, we also attempt to provide machines and materials for people to be inspired with, and the free exchange of ideas in order to get more people involved in what we're doing. And when there's more people involved, more people are there to help others.
I'm David Tobin, and I'm also with 3D Printing Nerd. And at 3D Printing Nerd, in addition to what Joel said, we also work with a lot of nonprofits and other areas to use our resources to generate revenue for them. We're famously known for our fundraiser at the end of the year for Seattle Children's Hospital, and now also kicking off money to help raise money for the Sanjay Mortimer Fund. We created a quiz show that goes live at events, and Georgia and I have an announcement at the end of this about that. That's going to be really crazy. And we also launched the Community Manufacturing Initiative, which is also supporting manufacturing across the U.S. and world that will be filtering make good stuff into and Cookiecad and all these other wonderful people.
Hello. Oh, that's very loud. I'm Georgia. I work for E3D. I'm also a board advisor for the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation, which is a charity that we set up a few years back to help young neurodiverse kids in England and Wales, basically in the fields of engineering and making. We have SMF stars, and we offer really tailored packages to people. It could be mentorships, we've given them printers, materials, work experience at E3D. Yeah.
And we are Cookiecad, and we have materials. This all began when Noam from Make Good reached out because he wanted pink materials in order to make a sparkly pink mobility trainer. And of course, he knew where to go. And that's where I learned about Make Good. And as soon as I had heard about what they were doing, I was absolutely enthralled. This is really what I think 3D printing is best at. It's for making unique products for specific people and their unique needs. And so it started there. We've decided that we're going to just continue to give them any materials that they need. We brought them out here because we want more people to see everything about they're doing. And we want to expand that as well and just figure out where we can use our materials for people who are using 3D printing for giving back in some way.
Okay, thank you. Everyone here has had that moment where you fell in love with 3D printing, but we also know there are real barriers to entry. How accessible is this technology today, and what are the biggest obstacles you see, and what can we do to overcome them? You don't all have to answer the question, just if anyone wants to jump in.
You know, I'm going to twist it a little bit when you asked how accessible is this and what struggles we have. You know, in general, 3D printing, you all know how accessible 3D printing is and the shortcomings of that, so I'm going to skip it. I'm going to talk about accessibility in what some of us who design and work with 3D printing stuff for accessibility specifically, how accessible that is. What I do are publicly available design files, but there's a huge lack of things like documentation around those files. So if you design something, for example, a common one that I use is a one-handed controller kit. A really good and important factor of design is then the documentation afterwards. Is your documentation accessible for somebody who has low vision or somebody who, you're making a one-handed kit, how do you get it installed with only one hand? So the big gap, the big frustration I see at least in accessible technology is the documentation that goes around something like a 3D printed accessory.
I can use this one. Yeah, I feel a large part of what is still needed is getting the word out. I don't think that many people know somebody, everyone knows somebody who could use adaptive devices. I don't think most people, besides for us here, know that how much 3D printing can help. I don't think people know that there's, I don't know, hundreds of designs that Make Good has made and all the designs that Caleb and his team do that are available to help these people. And then there's, you know, thousands of people with 3D printers ready to print. So I feel like communication is a big part of what we need to help.
I got something to add to that. One thing I've seen, and I see this online here at the events, like, I don't know what to print next, or, oh, I want to print something, but I don't know what to do. I don't want to make a dragon, you know, or whatever it is. And it's like, okay, and I recently saw, I think it was on Reddit or someone actually posted the video we did at Make Good, and they were like, oh, hey, if you need something to print, here's a bunch of things to go look at Make Good. And people are like, oh, I didn't know. And I think it's really about that, saying like, you know, a lot of the things that I saw over there when we were in New Orleans was like, these are some challenging things to print, but also some really inspiring things to print. It's like, these could be learning tools for programs and people, and it's like, oh, let's get them printing these. And I know dragons are cool and people can make money buying them, but like, this is also really cool too, that we can give these as resources to them. And I'm starting to see a little bit more of that, but it's awareness. And when people start printing them, it's like, you know, superpower.
Well, yeah, so 3D printing was definitely a game changer for us because of the rapid prototyping aspect. A lot of the adaptive devices that we come up with, I don't think would be possible without 3D printing because of the inability to prototype anything that gets remotely complex. But as far as documentation goes, I think that is critical and a thing that we have tried to expand because we need help with that. Because say me, Noam, and James as designers, we spend a lot of time interacting with patients directly. So it can get difficult for us to do documentation.
Okay. 3D tech is evolving incredibly quickly. From your perspective, what's the most exciting development happening right now? And looking ahead, what innovations get you fired up about the future?
For me, it's the advances in materials, getting stronger materials, but also the parametric aspect of software because that enables the like putting a design out there and having it parametric so we don't necessarily need to adjust it to make it work for a lot of other people.
I'm blown away by the modern day printer's consistency and precision. I have a bias towards Prusa. Prusa gave me the printers I use to print on, so keep that in mind. But Prusa and Bamboo, regardless of whatever your feelings are about using open source versus closed source, those modern printers are spitting out parts that when I started doing this, I could only dream of, and they're doing it at the press of a button, and it has blown me away.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so as far as, 3D printing is a great tool. It doesn't matter what brand we're using. Like, so we use Bamboo. They gave us a bunch of printers. But the key to it is that you press a button and you can have something printed in good quality. You don't have to spend time, messing with the machine. Because for me and other people with a disability, it may not be possible to do all the maintenance and calibration and taking apart, putting together a machine. So that aspect of it, the ease of use, is really important. And that's really been a game changer in the past, say, 5 years.
Part of what makes it really cool is what you mentioned with the parametric design. Because when we talk about the mass manufacturing using additive, it's you build one thing many times, but when you talk about the future of additive manufacturing, you need to build custom one thing many times. And that's where the parametric design comes into play, because now, unlike before, software can easily change a model to be specific to a customer's need, and then that can be sent to a Prusa, Bamboo, anything that can then print it out better than it's ever been able to be printed before in a crazy material that's never been available before. And so that's the part that I like about all this, is we've got parametric and the materials in these machines, and being able to make mass manufacture, custom, bespoke things that meet customers' needs.
Well, yeah, and that gets back to the aspect of adaptive devices. The nature of it is that it needs to be customized for either an individual or a small group of users. That would never be commercial for injection molding. So, being able to do that, it opens the possibilities up to so many more people.
There's a little exercise I like to do sometimes in a crowd. How many of you are gamers? How many of you, your hand hurts after you're done gaming after a few hours? All of you fit within the category of a disabled gamer. All of you. Whether you consider yourself disabled or not is irrelevant. And there could be things on printables right now that could help you game, right? Yeah, yeah. There's a bigger market than people think, but nobody's courting that market because even though you're all there, you're not a statistic that fits within like Microsoft's marketing plan of what their average customer is. Well, actually they have it now, but we won't get into that.
All right. I know there are a lot of people here that get inspired by your missions, like people in this room, and they want to help out. What are some ways the average 3D printing hobbyist can give back? Like, how are they getting involved in your organizations or your missions?
So I don't know how many of y'all have been by our booth already, but one of our projects is the toddler mobility trainer. It's the kid's wheelchair. We're going to be releasing that officially in October, and that'll be with a website where people can sign up and say, I'm available to print this in my area. We'll make the files all accessible and for free. And then the other ways is coming up with ideas. If you know someone that has a disability, we always love to see new people's ideas and experiments so we can learn from them.
Fantastic. Design work. The more design work, the better, and put it out there for public use. Put it on printables or Thingiverse or whatever. Put it everywhere for public use. Don't lock it down. Put the files out there. And then people like me will find it and use it.
Yeah, and we want everything, we want our designs to be taken and improved upon or changed in a way that fits more with whoever finds it. And then to share that again so somebody else can take that design and iterate on it.
So publish the step files too, please.
Yeah, so the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation is based entirely on people's generous donations, and that's monetary donations, it could be hardware, mentorships, the list goes on, basically. So yeah, I guess if you think you could help in any way, offering up your time or products or, of course, donations, that would be amazing.
Sharing what people are doing. Like a lot of people are hesitant, oh, do I share this? Like, just share it all. Like coming from working in social media, obviously with the show, the more you share, the more engagement, and also then you become a resource for other people that may not be connected to additive or charity work or whatever, and they see you sharing it, and it's like, oh, you never know who you're going to inspire. And just by putting stuff out there and being an advocate, if you don't have a printer, you don't have the ability to donate or bring time, the simple act of sharing what other people are doing and amplifying their messaging, whether they have a lot of followers or not, is so important because it gets the conversation going. And it's really low-hanging fruit for everyone just to press a button.
One of the ways that people get involved for me is I'll find people looking for fixes or solutions in like a local Facebook page or something. Recently, someone needed a fix for their tent, and I was able to fix it. And it was neat because I learned something along the way, and then we made a video about it because it's a really incredible story. It's a powerful story, and that should be replicated. And so when people ask me, how can I get involved, how can I help, I always say, look local first. Just look in your community. There's going to be people that have needs or asks or wants that can be fulfilled, and then you can be the person that affects change and gets that fulfilled.
Yeah, Noam likes to say that we're all going to need accessibility devices at some point, even if we don't right now. Exactly. We're all getting older. We're all going to eventually. I also wanted to make a point on something you had said earlier about making unique items in mass. Until now, if somebody needed something, unless there was a market for it, there was just no way it was going to get made. It wasn't possible, right? You would have to do tooling and just so much upfront cost that unless you had a lot of people that needed the same item, there was just no way to make it. Now you can really, even if it's just a few people or even one person, that's what I think the 3D printer is best at, is making one of something. instead of multiple copies, because you might have someone that just has their own individual need.
You can actually use 3D printing to make the tooling now, too. So like injection molding itself, this legacy manufacturing technology that's been around for decades, now can take advantage of the digital era, and rather than spending $10,000, $5,000 on a metal mold, you can use 3D printing to make the mold and spend far, far less and mass manufacture via a legacy technology using digital methods.
The other part is just how available it's become. So now, if you know somebody who has a very specific need, a part of something broke, you can design it and fix it, and you don't really need, there doesn't need to be a mass need for that part or that repair.
Another huge strong point for 3D printing, and one of the reasons that I and a lot of these groups focus on 3D printing, is that you can email a solution across the world. You can literally just like tweak something in CAD and email it to somebody in another country and they can print it. And that is insanely powerful. If you want to talk about the numbers a little bit, tooling, like you were talking about, you can 3D print it now. Before you could 3D print it, kind of the minimum cost for a single part was going to start at about 10 grand for tooling to get stuff injection molded. And when I say start there, I mean like that's how you start the conversation, and you start adding tens of thousands of dollars as the part gets complex and stuff. And now you can print it for a fraction of a cent if you only need a few, and no shipping across the ocean.
The most famous example of that is the International Space Station and that wrench. They needed a wrench up in space, and obviously FedEx doesn't deliver to space yet that I know of. So they emailed the wrench to space, and they printed it out, and they used it. That was years ago, right? Years ago.
Really cool. All right. I'd like to, before we finish, I'd like to turn the floor over to our special announcement.
Sure, should I
Is
just
that
say
a
it?
good time?
All right, so there you go. We are.
Is there a dance?
There was choreography, but I felt it was a little too much, and I didn't want to just blow everyone away and take away from the panel. I'm thinking. No, a bit ago I came up with the idea of doing a quiz show, like pub trivia show to raise money, because we've known the Sanjay Mortimer team and everyone in the E3D for years, and it's like, how can we contribute? And we go to the event, and Joel yells at the camera, and everyone's awesome, and it's wonderful. But it's like, okay, how can we step this up? And so I came with the idea of a quiz show, and it's hosted by Joel, and we did it in, was it Manchester, right? With the first one, when you came off the floor with no sleep.
It worked out.
It was amazing. He arrived right in the middle of it. Yeah.
He arrived like 2 minutes after the quiz show started.
Oh, after it was already. Yeah, it was
impeccable.
absolutely crazy.
No sleep.
But it worked really well. Raised some good money, and then we replicated it at the Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival and doubled the amount of money that was generated. And I said, okay, well, and I hit up Tula, and I said, okay, well, I have an idea. Let's go really big. And so I work with Masago and the people that run FormNext in Germany, and there's 35,000 people that attend that event on average. And I said, let's bring the quiz show there, and they're on board. And so for the first time, we're bringing the quiz show to FormNext, and my goal is to have 1,000 people play. We'll see. But we already had one location that's not going to be big enough, and so now they're giving us a full stage to do on Wednesday night at FormNext when it ends, and then they do their big party. We're going to throw down and do this, and then we'll go to the party after. But so we're going to bring it and try to go really big. Joel's going to get wild on camera, on stage, and all that. I just can't wait. And we got some big prizes too. Like, because it's FormNext, I'm reaching out to companies and saying, okay, it's this, you need to do that. Because originally, like, the team, when you would win, the winning team, it's a team of 4. Each person got a Prusa Mark IVs. They got the Spark Fun Electronics kit, and they got VIP packages to FormNext in Germany. Also, anyone that competes, it's $25 to play the game, but you get a spool of filament, so it's a wash and all that. So this year, Polymaker's already bringing 1,000 spools to the event. I talked to Prusa yesterday. We're going to try to. I asked if we could give away XLs, and they said maybe. So we'll see, and other stuff.
Not a no.
Right? But I've already reached out to EOS and Stratasys, these other companies that said, okay, if we're going to do this, I want you to jump in and do it. So we'll see and do that. So that's the announcement. We're going to bring this to there and hopefully raise a ton of more money for you guys and let Joel go wild. So
Thank you very much. We, of course, really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. We'll see what happens. I hope you have enough staff to deal with 1,000 people playing the game.
Work out.
Yeah, that was really it. Thanks for letting me.
All right, amazing.
Everybody.
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. And obviously, you all know if you have any questions, you know where to find everyone or reach out to us, and we'll send you in the right direction. Yeah, this is really exciting. So stay tuned.
Thank you, Cookiecad.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
This video is
to do something like this. Is that loud? Okay, I'll definitely. Can you guys hear me okay? Very good. So, totally get it. Do you want to give us the
All right, we're going to get started. We're so excited to have so many of you here today. Thanks for coming up. My name is Mark Moderziski. I'm the Director of Business Development and Marketing at US Synthetic. But US Synthetic, you'll learn today, is the parent company of DiamondBack Nozzles. So a lot of you are here to, it's not lost on me, you're not here to see me, you're here to either win a printer or some nozzles. And we're gonna get to that. We're gonna absolutely get to that. Before we do, I wanna do something that I think is really interesting. If you are 16 years old or younger, will you please stand up? Okay, everybody, you're looking at the future of our industry. I'm super excited to be a part of an industry that we ought to give them a round of applause. We're super excited that you guys are here with us. This is a fun industry, and you guys are going to take this to the next level. I know it. We know it. So thank you for standing up, and I hope you all win a printer. Although we're only giving one away. I will be joined on stage here in a minute by Harris Taylor. Harris Taylor is the brains behind the DiamondBack nozzle. He really is the engineer that developed the first DiamondBack nozzle. And the reason he's not here is he's gathering the last of the tickets. So as soon as he shows up, we'll have the tickets to give away the printer. This is what we're going to go through. This is not going to be a long presentation. If we last more than 15 minutes, then you can pull me off the stage. This is going to be a pretty quick one, but I do want to introduce you to some of our friends. When I first started in this industry, probably 3.5 years ago, I was shocked. I've been in marketing, business development for most of my career, 35 years. This industry is different from any industry I've ever been in. The community aspect of this industry, how you guys work together, treat people, treat new entrants like myself, it was amazing. So what you're going to hear today is us talking through our friends. You're going to hear from some of our friends that we've made in the 3D printing industry. I'm not going to sell you on stuff, but I am going to introduce you to my friends that might tell you a little bit about our stuff. So you're going to first hear from Zach Friedman from Voidstar Labs. I was on the phone with him just recently. He's not here today, but if you know Zach, he's one of a kind. We love the guy, and thankfully he loves us and loves our product. So we're going to let him tell you a little bit about what's new, including dogs and cats. That's the important part. If you have dogs and cats, that should be your favorite part of this presentation, okay? Then we're going to talk to you about what's different in the last little bit, and then we're going to talk to you about what's free. The best part of the presentation, right? Okay, let's go through it. I'm going to turn some time over to Zach, and I may commentate while he teaches us about stuff, but hopefully you'll be able to hear him.
This video is sponsored by DiamondBack and also promotes like a dozen companies. Trust me, it's worth it. I'm on a mission to test out every single 3D filament ever made, and we have made it to the cutting edge. I've already shown almost every filament you can buy. Today, we will feature the ones you can't. From shape memory polymer to jacketed fiber core nylon to biocompatible human bone, these next-gen polymers let you 3D print the otherwise impossible. This one blocks radio waves going in and out. This wireless power circuit is fully printed. We got filaments to block X-rays, gamma rays, and neutron radiation. It's been over a year since the last installment, and here's why. I'm not even supposed to know some of these filaments exist. Some are exclusively B2B, others are made to order, and even though you could buy the rest, you would need an expense account to pay for them. Ladies, gentlemen, and cyborgs, snug your ties, shine your shoes, and latch your briefcases, because you're about to see like $10,000 of filament made by companies for companies. My name is Zach Friedman of Voidstar Lab Incorporated, and these are my business filaments. Quick disclaimer before we dive in. In order to get my hands on some of these filaments and the equipment to actually print them, I had to cut deals with over a dozen suppliers. No cash changed hands, I am not under any contracts, and apart from preserving trade secrets, none of these firms can demand any changes to the script. However, I am obligated to do things like mention talking points, talk about the companies, show some logos, etc. This gave me privileged access to dozens of exotic filaments that have never been seen on YouTube. But it also means I have to do a bit more shilling than usual, and I promise to reward your patience as best I can. Patreon support was also crucial. Not everyone wanted to play ball, so I had to spend thousands of dollars sourcing and importing weird filaments from around the world. Finally, I'd like to thank today's sponsor, DiamondBack, for making all this possible. We're about to print ceramic composite that's harder than ruby, heat-sinking thermal compound filament, and gloopy literal glue. And we're going to do it almost entirely on DiamondBack nozzles. I don't believe I could have actually pulled off many of these lucky filaments without their polycrystalline diamond 3D printer nozzles. They just bought a plug, not an endorsement, but they're getting one anyways because I love this product. It is the perfect 3D printer nozzle, and the difference is immediately noticeable. Diamond isn't only the hardest material, it's also a record-breaking thermal conductor, and its low coefficient of friction means stuff hates sticking to it. This means DiamondBack nozzles give you peak performance with almost any filament at almost any temperature on almost any printer. They even make official all-in-one hot ends for bamboo printers, and they even introduced those Prusa neck extruder awkwardly long nozzles on a stick things. I've installed a DiamondBack on almost every printer I own. Some of them have been running for years. Abrasive filaments, caustic filaments, $8 a kilo sweet deals from AliExpress. These tips still look brand new, and I've never had to cold pull a clog. But they still improve the design. DiamondBack nozzles are now made of nickel-plated copper that melts more filament per second, and they even rounded off the diamond tip to make it that less likely to collect carbonized crud. DiamondBack's products are fully American-made and absolutely gorgeous if you're into those kinds of things. Click the link in the description to give your printer one of the easiest, most effective upgrades you can possibly make.
Awesome. I hope it's not lost on you the irony of him talking about the fat cats that are paying for this. That's me. so we love Zach. There couldn't have been a better video for us. That's why we showed it. We're like, okay, we promise you guys that our DiamondBack nozzles can print any filament. And then Zach goes out and gets stuff that I'm like, dude, I don't know if we can print that filament. I don't even know what that's made of. And he does it, and that's been fun for us. So I wanted to just shout out to him. He's not here today, but Zach, you're gonna see it, and we're super excited to work with Zach and other influencers in the 3D printing space. We wanted to talk about what's new. Okay, again, our partners, right? Those that we're working with. One of the things that's new is we have a new website. We're no longer affiliated with a company called ChampionX. So if you saw ChampionX, that's gone away. We're now US Synthetic. So we'll have a new website. We've launched bamboo lines. We've launched a number of different products that have diamond tips on them. We've also connected with great leaders like Prusa and others in the industry to be able to sell through them. And we're super excited about that. All right, here's the last of what's different. And then we have a little bit of a walkthrough in our facility just so you can see that. And then I see that Harris here. Now Harris, let's pause for a minute. How many of you need a ticket to win a printer? Okay, Harris, can you help out? Now, if you already have one, honesty's the best policy here, so only one ticket per person. So those that don't have a ticket yet, Harris will if you don't, you want them to walk through while you're doing this? Okay, Harris, in a good engineering fashion, he's gonna have those that don't have a ticket come to the back, grab a ticket. Sorry, those of you that have your ticket already. And while they're doing that, I'll just tell you a little bit about what's new. One of the things that we've done is we've innovated on the tip. So if you've got a first generation DiamondBack nozzle and it's working great for you, that's super good. We designed it that way. If you'd like incremental improvements, we're just folding them into the product. So one of the things we've done is rounded the tip. You heard Zach talk about that. The reason we did that is sometimes when you're installing a nozzle, you may not get it just perpendicular. It may not be just perfect, and so sometimes it can plow a little bit. Well, with a rounded tip, it's almost foolproof. You're not gonna have to deal with that. So there's a few other things that we've done to the nozzle. We wanted to take you through our facility. So we had another great friend. His name's Jerry Rig Everything. He came in and he actually walked through our facility. And we want you to walk through our facility. Our facility is in Utah. There's about 750 employees that work with us. We're making diamond products every day. And you might be thinking to yourself, wow, you guys can support a 750 employee business from the 3D printing industry. How do we get on board on this? Well, it's not everybody's working on 3D printing, but we're working on it. We'd like everybody to work on 3D printing. We have other products in other industries, renewable energy, in the oil and gas drilling industry. Diamond is an underutilized engineering material. It's used in lots of places. We were excited to bring it here. In fact, the way we got it here is our 3D printing lab kept burning through nozzles. We were printing carbon fiber stuff and they were burning through nozzles, and they're like, we're a diamond manufacturer. Could we not make a diamond nozzle? And so we did. We made a diamond nozzle for him, not commercially, just to help the guy out, and it became a business. So I'm going to walk you through.
Today we are in one of the world's largest industrial diamond manufacturing facilities, U.S. synthetic, and we have special permission to see how this machine behind me manufactures genuine Mohs 10 level polycrystalline black diamonds. You might be thinking that diamonds are those shiny rocks you see in wedding bands, but in reality, about 99% of diamonds purchased every year, about 15 billion carats worth, are synthetic industrial diamonds used for crazy things like drilling 1,000-foot holes in the earth or building frictionless bearings that can survive in harsh environments for decades. For example, the underwater RivGen power project in Igiugig, Alaska, that uses greaseless diamond-on-diamond bearings in an underwater generator for essentially maintenance-free electricity generation. Diamonds are pretty cool. To make a diamond is actually incredibly simple while at the same time extraordinarily difficult. The first ingredient, if you're following along at home, is a baggie of monolithic diamond polishing powder. The same stuff you'd find impregnated in a diamond grinding wheel, polishing compound, or ceramic cutting saw blades. It's pretty common stuff. So common, in fact, you can find a bag of diamond dust just like this on Amazon for about 15 bucks. In order to transform this synthetic diamond dust into a diamond large enough and strong enough to be used on a drilling rig, we have to spoon the dust into a very small metal cup about the size of a thimble. And if you don't know what a thimble is, you can ask your grandma. I'm sure she would love to show you. We know that diamonds form under extreme heat and extreme pressure, which is true. But also we need a dash of cobalt from this piece of cobalt cemented tungsten carbide. This piece acts as a substrate for the diamond we are creating. The diamond and tungsten will bond together as it's placed under extreme pressure, and I'll explain more in a second. Now that we have our ingredients secured into the thimble, the giant press is able to create 2 diamonds at a time, using, and this is true, clean white table salt to center the 2 diamond molds inside a metal cylinder. U.S. Synthetic calls this cylinder a heater. This heater is going to become the resistive electrode that brings us to 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit inside the diamond press, and the salt is indeed real salt. They make these delicious internal salt supports right here in the same building. Since there are an infinite amount of diamond sizes needed throughout the industry, the salt can be compacted in an infinite amount of ways to support any size of diamond that fits within that resistive heater tube. The heater tube is then placed within a block of talc, also formed here at the same factory in a similar way as the salt, and circular metal contacts are placed on either end of the block. The talc will help form a gasket around the diamond when it gets placed within the 6-piston cubic diamond press. The diamond press itself is monstrous. Its whole job is to focus over 1 million psi onto the diamond mold we just assembled. If you don't happen to have one of these 6-piston mega million psi cubic presses at home, you can also use 2,000 elephants stacked on a Rubik's Cube, 900 school buses all parked on a Post-it note, or the equivalent of the whole Eiffel Tower placed in the palm of your hand.
One of the cool things here
But
is you
remember,
can start to
pressure
see
alone is
3D
not
printed
enough.
parts
We also
even
need
in our
heat.
manufacturing
and if you look
processes.
at the top and bottom
You can see in
anvil
the
inside the
reacher arm
diamond
a 3D
press,
printed
you'll
part.
see a circular positive and negative contact pad, which uses electricity to turn the metal canister we assembled earlier into a red-hot 2,500 degree resistive heating element. Diamonds take about 1 billion years to form in the Earth's surface, and we're trying to accomplish that exact same thing in about 10 minutes. Meaning that the materials that make up this press are reaching their theoretical limits of the forces that they can withstand. Which is why each of the presses are hidden away in their own blast rooms with their own blast doors, just in case they experience a sudden unscheduled disassembly, which has happened in the past and will probably happen in the future. There are a lot of forces at play, but hopefully not this time. The electricity pulsing through that resistive heater is doing several things. One, helping the diamond dust to crystallize or sinter into one unified solid diamond.
while at the same time the heat is liquefying the cobalt inside the tungsten carbide substrate, allowing it to leach from the tungsten into the diamond to catalyze the crystallizing action. As a side effect, the cobalt also turns our diamond dust from yellow into a pitch black color as the new large polycrystalline diamond is created. And all of that happens within just the space of about 10 minutes. As a bonus, because of the random orientation of all those individual yellow diamond crystals we started with, it means that all those small crystals are permanently interlaced and structured together like a tower of invincible, microscopically little Legos, meaning the toughness of our new synthetic black diamond actually now exceeds that of a natural, single crystal clear diamond. I'm sure there's a feel-good story about how we're all stronger when we work together or something, but I'm just more impressed that we beat Mother Nature at her own game.
It's hot. Still hot? Yeah.
We also should have had gloves on him.
The cool part about the whole diamond mold being made from salt and talc powder means that cleanup is incredibly safe, non-toxic, and simple. We break through the compressed talc gasket, bust through the metal heater tube, and grab our diamond-filled thimble from the salty remnants, being careful not to lick any of it this time around because it probably wouldn't taste as good. The black diamonds are still permanently sealed inside the two thimbles, which means we have to blast away the
So I'm gonna take you at least that far. So that's how diamond is made at our facility every day, 5 days a week. We've been doing that for 40 years. We were super excited to have someone come and kind of participate with us and have that experience. Let's get to what you guys all came for. Are you ready to win a printer? All right, let's do that. Let's do that. Harris is our wonderful, are we? Actually, let's have, okay. So here are all of your tickets for the printer. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna draw the winner, and you'll need to come down to our booth after this presentation and we'll box it up for you. It's literally been used for 2 days. So, sorry you're getting a used one, 2 days. So we apologize. All right, how about one of these guys down here? Let's have you, they want me to stay here. This is not like I am not natural here. I'm more natural there. So yeah, why don't you do it? Let's have one of those guys. All right, come on, pick yours, pick yours. We'll think it's rigged if it's yours. The numbers. Okay, you guys ready? Has everybody got their tickets? Okay, the number is 37379 017. Have we got a winner? Stand up, wave your hands. Now you have to be here in order to win it. Oh, we're back in it. There's no winner? Okay, let me try it again. 37379 017. Okay, we got to pick again, right? That's the rules on this one. The nozzles you can win. We don't care if you're here for the nozzles, but right on. Put it above their head. They're picking the wrong color. Okay. 37379. This is like Groundhog Day. 056. Hey, we got our winner. All right, let's give it up. Let's give it up. Right on. Check it. We got a winner. What? Tell us your name. Everybody wants to know.
My name is David.
David, and what are you going to do with that printer?
Print stuff.
Print stuff. Right on. Right on, David. Thank you. If you'll work with Harris, we'll get you taken care of. Awesome. Thanks, David. That's exciting. That's really fun. We had a really fun experience actually buying that. We bought it at Micro Center before we came here, and we're in Micro Center. They're getting a free plug. Micro Center, we're in there, and we buy the printer, and just because we're who we are, we're like, so have you ever heard of DiamondBack nozzles? And the guy's like, oh yeah. And he gave us the whole sales pitch. I'm like, this is sweet. This is the best thing ever. So he told us all about them. Okay, so now the those of you that feel like you haven't won yet, if you'd like a DiamondBack nozzle, sign up this QR code. We're going to try to get some. Can we do it today? We're going to give away 3 nozzles. It's a quick fill out. You got 5 minutes to do it, so be quick on your fingers. These guys don't need 5 minutes. They can do it like in 3. If you've already signed up, if you've already done this, you're already in the drawing. So we've already got you listed. So if you came down to our booth and did the QR code down at our booth, you're golden. You're already in it. What we're going to do is I think it's a random number generator, right? So we got a random number generator. We've got you all listed in a spreadsheet, and we'll pull out who's ever there. Hopefully I'll be able to read the names. Okay. Oh, you don't have to be present to win either. Sorry, guys. So this is we're gonna do 3 names, and that's what we're gonna do. Because we promised a lot of people that they didn't have to be here to win. The printer you did, but the others not. Okay, we about ready? Anybody still need? All right. We'll wait for you. Okay. We could do a countdown. That'd make it more fun. See these guys squirm on the front row. Okay, we about there? We're there. Okay, front row's okay. Okay, you still need some time. I feel like I'm at one of those auctioneers, you know. Give me 10. All right. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Okay. You guys ready? Okay, I think we're closed. We're closed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody's in. Right on. Okay. First number generation. Oh, give me a minute. Harris, I'm on stage and my coworker's like, give me a minute. It's all good. Well, yeah, but everybody looks at me and they're like, a joke. It's going to be a dad joke, and it's going to be like, yeah, I got none. Nothing. Yeah, we could. Actually, I will do this plug. So if you were interested in what we do at our facility, the video is much longer than that. I just gave you a snippet. You're welcome to go. Jerry Rig Everything is the YouTube influencer that we worked with there. His name's Zach Nelson. And then, of course, Zach Freeman has his own channel, and he's done a number of videos with us. That I gave you a snippet of his as well. That video, it's entitled Any Filament, and it lasts a long time. I'm just going to keep filling here until you tell me. Oh, yeah, it doesn't have great connection. Okay, so our internet's killing us right now, guys. So what we'll do is 3 of you will get a nozzle, and we'll reach out to you after the event. Thank you for coming. I will end this. We've talked to you about all of our friends. I think. There we go. So one of our other friends, Grant Posner, I don't know if Grant's up here with us. Every year we do something with ice, and that's Grant Posner last year busting our ice sculpture. I hope you see at the beginning, the middle, and the end, the friends that we've made along the way. We can sell your products, but it's fun to have a community that we feel like we're a part of. So thank you for coming. Are there any questions? Yeah. How do you get a tour? Oh, yeah. You come to Utah, we'll absolutely give you a tour. You come to US, it's called US Synthetic. Give me a call. We'll take you in and show you how to make diamond and do all kinds of fun stuff. Absolutely. You're all welcome. Okay. Harris. No, we're not doing nozzle. A nozzle for the Centuri. He's the guy that makes the nozzle, so he ought to answer the nozzle question.
What was the question? So it takes Amazon about 2 weeks to receive inventory, and we're probably a week out to have them shipped. So about 3 weeks they'll be on Amazon available. So I've got the names for the 3 nozzle giveaways. We got.
Hey, we got names, guys. If you're going, we got names.
Okay, we got Paige Johnson. All right.
Wow.
Richard Cook and Camden Fitchwell. All right.
are certain shapes that would be incredibly expensive and impractical to create with conventional machining. With 3D printing, we can make exactly what we need and
Yes.
Hello, everyone. First things first, does everyone have a raffle ticket? Raise your hand if you do not. Okay, there's some. Keep your hand up so we can get you a raffle ticket. Okay. So first things first, does everyone have a raffle ticket? Raise your hand if you do not. Chris is coming around. Good. Are you sure you have a raffle ticket? Because you can get Core 1 assembled not that far from here. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. It has been another wonderful event. I look forward to come here every year, and it's been such a pleasure. And I wish the best of luck for the big upgrade next year, and I cannot wait to see that and be part of it. Good job, everyone on the team. And I wanted to use this opportunity to show you our new material. You know our materials, the Prusa. We try to make the best we can, and we are just coming up with a new Prusa space grade. Please raise your hand if you are working on stuff which goes to space. Wonderful. So we have certified ultra-low outgassing, and it is ESD safe. There is no static discharge buildup. We've worked together with a Czech company called TRL Space, and we have a video to show you. Let's see if I will be able to play it.
There are certain shapes that would be incredibly expensive and impractical to create with conventional machining. With 3D printing, we can make exactly what we need and use it in our satellites. Our company, TRL Space, provides a complete solution. We offer clients everything from designing the entire mission to building the satellite, launching it into orbit, and then handling its operation. We use 3D printing not only for prototyping, which has proven to be extremely effective, but also to save on costs. It is much cheaper to print a test part than to have it immediately machined from aluminum. We also use a special material that we co-developed with Prusa Research. With it, we print parts that are used directly in the satellites flying into orbit. This ESD material is affordable, lightweight, and its quality is so high that it's ready for the harsh environment of space. What makes this material so interesting to us is that, unlike most plastics, it isn't an electrical insulator. This is critical for space applications. It has low outgassing properties, and while it does build up a static charge, it allows that charge to safely dissipate to where we need it to go, preventing it from damaging sensitive electronics. The biggest advantage is that we can print parts on a standard desktop printer right here in our lab, and they are immediately ready to be installed in a satellite. No special surface treatments or long manufacturing processes are needed. And as we know, conventional machining creates a lot of waste. To machine these components traditionally would be unbelievably expensive and frankly would make no sense. With 3D printing, we create only what we need, and it goes right into the satellite. We mainly print what are known as secondary and tertiary structures. These are things like custom-designed support brackets and specialized holders. Producing every single one of these unique parts with conventional methods would be very complicated, whereas a 3D printer is perfectly suited for this kind of rapid production. For example, we print thin wall components, like protective casings. Machining these from a solid block of aluminum would be extremely costly, both in time and in wasted material. By printing only the final shape we need, the entire process is far more efficient. Here in my hand, I'm holding the structure of a CubeSat sized 1U. Even satellites as small as this one can fly in space. With just a few small adjustments, this could be used as a complete satellite frame, made almost entirely from 3D printed parts. The only metal here are the screws holding it together. Everything else is printed from our ESD material. Beyond our role as a systems integrator, we are always trying to develop our own products and push the boundaries of the space industry. And this new material is a perfect example of that.
Thank you. I am extremely proud of my team and the work we are doing. And when we shared the spec sheet with our friends from NASA, their reaction was that it is too good to be true. So, good job, team. And now, for the raffle, I would like to invite Anthony here, who works at Printed Solid and helps us to build the factory, which makes the machines.
Hi. Yes, we are making the core ones here, assembling them in the United States, and I'm part of that team. Just want to give a quick shout out to Sarva and Mitch, who are also part of that team. But we are very happy to be giving away one of the first few machines assembled here in the United States to one of you lucky winners tonight. So, shall we get started?
Okay.
Go. Come on, louder. All right. 096. 096. There you go, buddy. Congratulations. Oh, whoop.
Now we have two options for you. You can either have a factory tour and pick it up at the factory, or we can ship it to you. Okay. We'll get that done. Congratulations.
I'd like to thank my mommy, my daddy. I'd like to thank all of them for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, everyone, and I hope to see all of you and many more next year.